Okay, so this is my very first time testing a PC version of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. And I'm using my gaming laptop, Asus ROG Strix G16. And it has a RTX 4070 with 16 gigabytes of RAM. It has i9 processor, 9th generation, a very powerful i9 processor. So it has a pretty decent GPU, 4070, with an i9 processor. But this game, it's so demanding that even the most powerful i9 processor with 4070, it's still set at medium settings. However, one of the benefits of using a PC, obviously, it's you have many different variety of options, and those options varies from ultra widescreen, triple monitors, virtual reality, which honestly is the best, to deep learning, super sampling 3.0, and frame generation turned on. All of this will help increase the performance, obviously, of this game. And that's something that, you know, PC has that console doesn't have. But I have played on the console. I have played on the Series X, as you all know. And I have to tell you, Series X version, it's surprisingly running really well. Considering it's a console and considering, you know, how demanding this game is. And I'm surprised to see how well Series X handles this game. And, you know, with HDR, and I think it's medium settings graphics with HDR. It handles it pretty well, man. And you would be hard pressed to see like graphics difference between like a Series X and a PC, unless you're running, like I said, 8K resolution, 33 million pixels with like some super high-end rig. Then yeah. Look, PC version, it's always the best choice when it comes to simulators. There's no question about that. Because with a PC, you have unlimited choices that you can use to make that experience even more immersive. But I'm still impressed with what console can do. I haven't tried the cloud. I think David Jaffe tried the cloud. I haven't got to the. I didn't get time yet to check the cloud. What I'm trying to say. Once I have time, because I've been really busy. I've been, you know, busy with life, you know. And I didn't get a chance to check the cloud, but I am planning on checking out the cloud version as well. But the cloud version is running a Xbox Series X, so it should look pretty good. Alright, so let me show you my settings. So I have full screen resolution, which is 3840 by 2160, and you guys are watching at 1440p. So we're live streaming this at 1440p, and it should look pretty good. I have NVIDIA DLSS Super Resolution turned on, set to balanced. NVIDIA DLSS frame generation turned to balance. So NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency is turned on. Super resolution, I kept it at balance. I think balance is really where I want to be, you know. Virtual reality, it's something I need to try. I will try this some other time. I would also advise you to check out the 4K HDR, native 4K HDR videos that I uploaded for Xbox Series X regarding Microsoft Flight Simulator and Stalker 2. I think this will give you some better idea how HDR and 4K looks on both of these games. And I have to say, and I know I have a lot of PlayStation fans following me, and I'm a PlayStation fan myself. And I know how you guys have that bitter feeling towards Xbox, but put aside that bitter feeling that you have, okay? Put aside your PlayStation 5 Pro on the side, okay? I know you're happy with your PS5 Pro. Put that aside, okay? We have to be reasonable, and we have to give credit where the credit is due. Considering Xbox Series X, it's 12 teraflop, and PlayStation 5 Pro, it's only 16 teraflops. It's not like a major, huge difference, all right? Let's just be honest here. And I have to be honest, I'm impressed how well Xbox Series X handles Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I have to say I'm impressed how well Stalker 2 it's running on Xbox Series X in both quality and performance mode. Because if I don't acknowledge this, if I don't, you know, if I'm not fair, then I lose credibility. That I'm just a fanboy of Sony. Okay? Even though I prefer Sony, you know that. But as a gamer, I have to be fair. I have to give credit where the credit is due. You know, some of you don't want to admit that Microsoft Flight Simulator 24 runs well on the Xbox Series X when you know that it runs really well, considering how demanding the game is. Some of you don't want to admit that the Stalker 2, which is not a port, but it's a PC exact replica running on DirectX 12, which is the Xbox Series X, running pretty darn good. So gotta give the credit where the credit is due. Okay, I'm not saying you should. I'm not saying you shouldn't enjoy your PS5 Pro, and I'm not saying you shouldn't brag about your PS5 Pro. But at the same time, I think you guys need to give credit where the credit is due. Okay. And I know for some of you who are fanboys, it's difficult to do. But me as a gamer, and also someone who has been a long time Sony fan and been using all of the PlayStation consoles, I, as a gamer, can always step outside and say, well, even though I like PlayStation, but I can give the credit to Xbox because they were able to manage with this console that's 4 years old, Series X. And when it came out in 2020, it was the most powerful console. Now PS5 Pro has taken that title. And I think main reason why Xbox Series X it's still around and they haven't done any kind of upgrades to Series X to boost, you know, the GPU and CPU like PlayStation 5 has with the Pro. I think the main reason that hasn't happened is because Phil Spencer felt we don't need to waste our money and upgrade Series X, because Series X already can handle Microsoft Flight Simulator 24. It can handle Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. It can handle the Stalker 2 very successfully, actually better than the PC version. It can handle what I mean, like in terms of like optimization and bugs. I know they have the new update now, which should help the optimization of the Stalker 2 with this new NVIDIA app and this new NVIDIA updates that have been released recently. But my whole point is, I think Phil Spencer feels that, hey, we're confident with this cycle of Series X for another year till we finally jump into 2026, where we will announce a next-gen console. We feel we don't need to be wasting our money, unlike Sony, creating a console PS5 Pro that will only last for a year, and then they will announce in 2026 PS6. And then people will say, well, what was the point of buying a PS5 Pro? It only lasts me for 1 year, and I paid $700. Now the PS6 is coming out. So I understand Phil Spencer's point of view on this, and I understand his perspective on this. Okay. So anyway, but I just want to give console a credit. I want to give Xbox Series X a credit, because what I have experienced on Series X from Call of Duty and Microsoft Flight Simulator and Stalker 2, I've been playing a lot of Stalker 2 recently. I'm getting more and more impressed, because the game, it's about exploration. It's not so much about the character development. It's about the exploration. And oh my God, it's very rewarding when you start exploring. I ran across this one giant tornado, dude. It came out of nowhere. But this is a different type of a tornado. This is a tornado that it's filled with all kinds of crazy stuff in it, full of radiation and other things. Like a radiation tornado. Radiated tornado, man, and it never stops. It keeps going, and that was scary. And all of these things you discover when you play through Stalker 2, and I think that's the rewarding part: looting and discovering, kind of like a Skyrim, looting and discovering. So I think that's the part about the Stalker that I did not understand, but now that I have spent more time playing Stalker 2, I understand it a little bit better. Alright, so let's get back to the PC version of Flight Simulator. Okay, I just wanted to show you what I'm running this at, so you guys have a better understanding. I'm at the medium settings, everything's set to medium. Actually, what I really want to do, let me see. Oh, I already have the, I thought about using my flight controller, and you know what? I should be using my flight controller, but that's okay. We'll just stick to this. We'll stick to Xbox controller for now. Okay. Alright, so let's do a free flight. I want to do a free flight. Where should we go? Let's go to... I think this is downtown. No, it's not. I like how you can zoom in all the way in. Let's I like this color. We'll go with this. Okay, let's start the flight. I just want to fly around, and I want to see how well it runs on the PC. Okay. Well, that was smooth. So far, so good. You know, deep learning, super sampling, most certainly helps with this game. There's no question about that. The only issue that I see right now with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is the world rendering data with the servers. It's not really rendering that well. And I look, when you are up in the sky, yeah, everything looks great. But as soon as you get closer to the ground, that's when it gets ugly, you know. Yes, I know this brings realism. It brings more realistic approach because these neighborhoods, they really exist. You know, this is not some, phony, bogus uh, version of Los Angeles County. You know, this is exactly the locations in LA County that you would. Well, this is Orange County. I'm sorry. This is Orange County. I apologize. Not Los Angeles. It's Orange County. And that's probably 405 freeway. It's Orange County. But hey, you know. It still looks great. But the point being is, this is not some bogus version of, Orange County. This is exact synchronized replica satellite imagery of Orange County. And yes, when you are flying, it kind of looks real when you're flying above, but it needs to be better. Listen, I'm just surprised that Asobo is not able to perfect this, to keep this high textures of rendering, to keep it more perfected. You would think after 4 years that they would learn that this needs to be better. I really thought after 4 years that they perfected this, that they figure out the way how to render this. You know, I don't know what's going on, why it's not the case, but and this goes back to Austin Mayer. Austin Mayer, who is the co-founder, not a co-founder, he's the founder, I'm sorry. He's the founder, not a co-founder. The founder of X-Plane series, X-Plane 9, 10, 11, 12, and founder of Laminar Research. So he's not a co-founder, he is the founder. He is the granddaddy of the company and the X-Plane. So I think he makes a good point. I think Austin Mayer makes a good point regarding the major differences between Microsoft Flight Simulator and X-Plane, where on the X-Plane you're not really dependent on the cloud. You're not dependent on a rendering from a server from the internet. You're only dependent on what your PC can handle. And if you have a powerful PC, if you have a powerful GPU, CPU, then yes, wow, that was great. You see that? Then you don't have to worry about whether or not the scenery will look good or not look good. You know that it will look good because you have a powerful GPU CPU. So how does this look on the virtual reality? I haven't tried a virtual reality, and I really want to try the virtual reality and check this out in VR. I'm sure it will look great. Um, I'm sure it will look great. So we're now in a Newport Beach. I think this is a Newport Beach airport. So what do I think about the PC version? Honestly, I have a difficult time um, seeing the difference between Xbox Series X version and PC version. I'm really having a difficult time, like looking at the difference, and I'm pretty sure the PC, the cloud version, will look the same. So I think this is where Microsoft is trying to um, tell everybody this is Xbox. You know, you don't necessarily have to buy an Xbox to enjoy Xbox. You can use the Amazon Fire TV stick. You can use a Samsung TV. You can use your laptop, gaming laptop, PC desktop. You can use a Quest 3. There's other options, and you will have the same experience. I think that's what they're trying to say. Um, I think cloud technology is going to become a future. If you look at GeForce Now, if you look at GeForce Now, and if you look at where we are with cloud gaming in general, I think cloud is the future. I think my uh, my predictions that by 2030 and early 2031, I think cloud will become standard. I mean, 5 years from now, I can easily see cloud becoming a standard. I mean, look at PlayStation Portal. PlayStation Portal already has implemented a like the PlayStation Portal now. You don't need to be connected to PlayStation 5. You just need a PlayStation Plus Premium subscription, and you can start playing the entire library of those cloud games that uh, PlayStation Plus Premium has. And that's pretty awesome. It is something I want to try, but right now I don't have the money to sign up for PlayStation Plus Premium. So I cannot do it. But that's the main reason why I haven't done a video on it. People have asked me, how come? Someone said to me, like, I'm shocked you haven't done the video regarding PlayStation Portal new update that's supporting a standalone cloud service from PlayStation Plus Premium. Um, well, that's because right now I'm financially not able to do that. I still haven't, dude, I haven't gotten paid yet from YouTube. I'm still waiting for YouTube to pay me. I have to reach a payment threshold, and apparently I haven't reached that payment threshold. Whenever I reach that payment threshold, I don't know how much they're going to pay me, you know. So I can't afford right now. I can't do things like I used to do. What I'm trying to say, and if people can't seem to understand that, well, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you should put yourself in my shoes. Then you'll understand. Um, But as soon as I'm able to get paid by YouTube and get that money, sure, I can subscribe. $18 a month for PlayStation Premium, and I can do some tests on the PlayStation Portal and check out, the cloud streaming of PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3 games, especially PlayStation 3 games, and stream them and enjoy them. I think this will be a huge benefit for PlayStation Plus premium subscription. I think this is where Sony, I think this holiday season, you'll see a lot of people buying Portal, especially now, due to this ability to purchase a Portal and PlayStation Plus premium subscription and play all of these games on this device. So many games to play, and that'll be a huge deal breaker. What am I talking about? Not a deal breaker. That'll be a huge selling point. Not a deal breaker. I'm sorry. I'm having a brain fart. That'll be a great selling point with PlayStation Portal, PlayStation Premium, and of course, ability to play all those games on the PlayStation Portal. What's funny? I was actually I was talking about this. I have a feeling that Sony is watching me secretly, like they're like watching my videos. I have a feeling that they do take notes of what I say, because I did ask for this. I remember how many times I said when I got my PlayStation Portal, I said, hey, I like this device and everything, but why can't I play those games from PlayStation Plus Premium streaming? There's so many PlayStation 3 games and PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 1 games that I want to play, and I think having the ability to access the cloud without connecting to a PlayStation 5 would have benefited this greatly. Also, having ability to watch YouTube app would have benefited greatly. Ability to watch Amazon Prime and Netflix on that beautiful screen would have benefited greatly. Who knows? We might see this in the future. Possible, who knows? And so you'll see a lot of people buy. This holiday season right now, I think you will see a lot of people buying PlayStation Portal and PS5 Pro, and of course PlayStation VR 2, because PlayStation VR 2 benefits from two things now. PlayStation VR 2 benefits from a power of the PS5 Pro and the ability of a PC adapter to connect to your PC and enjoy a game like this in VR using PlayStation VR 2, and many other games like Half-Life Alyx and so many others. So you're getting two benefits of PlayStation VR 2 games powered by PS5 Pro, benefits of using a PC as well with a PC adapter for PlayStation VR 2 to play games like this, Microsoft Flight Simulator and Half-Life Alyx, and of course PlayStation Portal, which benefits greatly for PlayStation Plus premium users that will be able to access so many of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games of PlayStation 3, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 1, and of course PS4 and PS5 cloud streaming games. So pretty good strategy from Sony, I have to say. So Sony's doing pretty good on that aspect of the strategy that they're using. And Microsoft is doing pretty good as well, based on their strategy that they're using. So that's why I said I said to everybody, Microsoft is not in competition with Sony, and I don't think Sony is in competition with anyone. I think Sony is only in competition with itself, and is trying to figure out the strategy for itself. It's just we couldn't see a bigger picture. You see, that's the thing. Early on this year, we were all scratching our heads because we couldn't figure out the strategy of Sony, just like we couldn't figure out the strategy of Microsoft, meaning we couldn't see the bigger picture that they were painting on that canvas. And none of us was able to see the bigger picture on that canvas because we're all just guessing, making our own ideas of what Sony and Microsoft might do. So I think both of these companies are doing pretty well, and that's good. That's good for us as gamers. I like having choices, and having choices is always good. Ability to choose whether you want to buy a console or not buy a console, whether you want to just stick to the cloud and not worry about buying an expensive PC because PCs are expensive. I think we are going into I think the way 2025 will look like, I think to me 2025, when it comes to gaming, it will come down to one essential thing, and that one essential thing will be the choices. How you choose, how you play, we'll leave it up to you. Meaning how you choose whether you want to play it on a console, PC, you want to play it on the cloud, you want to play it on your handheld device, you want to play it on your, streaming device. I think those choices will be there. And that's a good thing. It's good that you can choose. You want to have the most powerful console, pay $700. Maybe you don't care about having a most powerful console because you don't see the difference. Okay, so you have the other choice, right? So I like that there's choices, man. I like that we're going into 2025 with variety of different options, and then you choose what's good for you. Because we don't know what your financial situation is. We don't know if you can afford this or that. Just like you don't know what my financial situation is, so you don't know what can I afford. Everybody's looking at life through their perspective. Just because you're making $250,000 doesn't mean everybody's making $250,000. Just because you live in a good neighborhood with a big fancy house doesn't mean everybody lives in a big, beautiful neighborhood with a fancy house. So a lot of people have this perspective of looking at life through their own perspective, which is ridiculous. I mean, there's 8.4 billion people on this planet. There's a lot of poverty. Not everyone is living the way you live. So I find it very ridiculous when I see some of these videos on YouTube and people are giving these advices, and the advices that they're giving are based on their perspective. So I like what Sony is doing. I like what Microsoft is doing. They're giving people choices. Hey, you don't have to purchase PS5 Pro. You can go with a PS5 digital. I'm sure for Black Friday you can buy it for like $350. And for a PlayStation 5, that's a pretty good deal. I mean, if you have money, that's the good way to start, man. That's the most affordable way to start. Like $300. Imagine buying a PS5 for $350 or $300 on the Black Friday. Man, that's a great deal, man. You're getting the best console on the planet with the best games on the planet for you to experience during a holiday season, and you only pay $300 or $350. That's a great deal. So you have that option. Or maybe you have a PC. You have a PC, and you got a PC a pretty decent gaming laptop or pretty decent gaming desktop, and you're like, okay, I want to play these games on my PC. I have an ultra wide screen. I want to play it on an ultra wide screen. Okay, you want to play God of War on an ultra wide screen? You got a PC? Okay, play the Ragnarok on the ultra wide screen. You want to play Helldivers 2 on an ultra wide screen? Okay, go ahead, play it on PC. You want to play The Last of Us on an ultra wide screen? All right, go ahead, play it on the ultra wide screen. So I like the choices, and you getting these choices from both Xbox and PC. From Xbox and PlayStation. When you look at the Xbox and PlayStation, honestly, they're kind of in the same trend. They're kind of, not 100%, but they're kind of in a same strategical trend. And I think we'll see that more and more as we get closer to 2030. I think 2030 will be a game changer for video games. I think, honestly, that's where the cloud is going to be so perfected, where, Sony and Microsoft will say, man, we really don't feel the need to create a console, honestly. When our servers are so good, and the internet right now, it's all 1 gigabit minimum, all right, 1 gigabit minimum, which is more than enough for our servers. It's affordable. We just don't feel the need that we have to create a next generation console. Or Sony is going to be like, we don't feel the need that we need to create a PS6 Pro or PS7. Honestly, like, we don't feel the need for PS7, meaning PlayStation 7. We just don't feel the need that we just don't need it. Well, we can just update our data center and handle whatever developers need to handle to make their game look the way they wanted it to look. And I know a lot of people disagree with me because they still live in that old way of thinking. And I get it. I understand. I used to live in that old way of thinking. But look at me. I'm getting older, man. I'm old. I'm not thinking in the old way of thinking. I'm thinking in, okay, this is a new generation. This is new way of gaming. This is the new generation of gaming. Things are different. We're not dependent on the physical media anymore. We're not dependent on the hardware of the consoles, and even Sean Layden has said that. Even the former CEO, Sean Layden of Sony, said, well, I think we can put this GPU, CPU, power this, power that. We can put it to the rest because with cloud technology and AI and what NVIDIA is... Did you see what NVIDIA is doing? It's gonna make you question, do you even need to buy their GPU? Well, you could just maybe rent their most powerful data center as a PC and just use it as their PC, which I'm sure NVIDIA could do that, where they can create their own PCs, and then you can just rent their servers, and which I'm sure it will be expensive, kind of like Shadow PC, where you can rent their own PCs from the servers and just use their powerful rigs and just, take it with you, put it on your tablet, put it on your Chromebook, on whatever device you have, in NVIDIA Shield, Apple TV, right? And enjoy, their high-end computers that they have. I think a lot of people are missing the bigger picture, and I know I'm speaking in, 5 years from now. 5 years is a long time, I know, but I still firmly believe that this is like the Last of Mohicans. You ever seen the movie The Last of Mohicans? It's kind of like that. It's like the days of consoles honestly, I think they're on its last leg. Yes, you're gonna have your PS5 Pro for a year. You will have a PS6 and whatever Xbox releases. But I honestly believe after PS6 and whatever Xbox calls it, whatever next in 2026, I think by 2030 that's it, man. I think that's it. That's all she wrote for consoles. I think the consoles will slowly rest in peace by 2030, 2031, because I just can't see consoles still existing in 2030 and 2031 with all this technology that's available, and look at the pace of technology and how fast it's going. And if I'm wrong, and if we still have PS7 coming up, or Xbox Monolith, whatever they want to call it, coming up in 2031. Okay, so then I was wrong. So be it. I was wrong. So what? I was wrong. But I just right now I can't see it. Because looking at it from a business, see, I'm looking at things from a business point of view. Just like Elon Musk is looking at everything through a business point of view. Just like Jeffrey Bezos is looking at his company and the future of his company through a business point of view. And that's the way I'm looking at it. I could be wrong, so be it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It won't be the first, won't be the last. But I just can't imagine this need for PS7 in 2030 and 2031. Like, you gotta have a PS7 in 2031 when you got 1 gigabit fiber optic minimum, bare minimum, for like $30 a month or $40 a month, which is bare minimum. And 1 gigabit fiber, it's more than enough to handle these high advanced AI servers. And I don't think that people will feel the need like they need, like, let me give you one example. Recently, I don't know if you know who this is. For those of you who live in America, United States of America, you know who he is. He's from NBC nightly show, Conan O'Brien. For those of you who live in Europe, maybe you don't know who he is. But anyway, Conan O'Brien did a game review of a game that he was in with Hideo Kojima, Death Stranding, back in 2020. And now it's finally released on Xbox. It's the very first time that the Director's Cut Xbox version is being released. An interesting thing, it was him and the other guy that they're testing the game. Interesting thing is, you don't see Xbox Series X console in front of the TV. They were using a Samsung TV, Quantum OLED TV. It was like a 80-inch or something like that. And interestingly enough, they were using the Xbox Cloud technology that's built in Samsung TV. And they were doing 4K, native 4K with HDR. And if that's possible today, right now, where Conan O'Brien can play a game like Death Stranding in native 4K HDR on the cloud from the television, what makes you think 5 years from now? What makes you think 5 years from now that we're going to be stuck with this need of PS7? What makes you think that we're going to have this need of PS7 or the new Xbox Monolith, or whatever they call it, Xbox Monolith, or Xbox Beyond, or whatever they want to call it? What makes you think that Microsoft and Sony would feel the need that they have to create a new console? I think we have to accept that fact that the consoles are slowly on their way out. I think PS6 is it. You will have your PS6 and whatever new Xbox, Xbox Beyond, Xbox Modeled, whatever they call it. But I think after 2030, beginning of 2031, I think beginning of 2031, or by the end of 2031, I think the cycle of consoles will come to an end. It'll come to an end. I firmly believe that the consoles will come to an end by the end of 2031. It just simply people won't feel the need that they need to have it. And the companies like Sony and Microsoft will feel like, hey, we really don't need to waste our money creating a new console when we can just invest that money and save more money by just using our artificial intelligence and our data centers, and let the AI in our data centers upgrades with the latest and greatest of CPU, GPU, and memory RAM. Let it do its magic, and developers will have, actually this would be beneficial to the developers, because developers will not be tied up. They will not be tied up, for the lack of a better term. They will not be tied up. Their hands will not be tied up. What I meant to say, their hands will not be tied up to some limited GPU, CPU power that the console can only do. Let's say you're Hideo Kojima and you're telling Sony, all right, Sony, I want to make this unbelievable game. Like, this is going to blow your mind, right? And Hideo Kojima approaches Sony Entertainment, right? And Herman Holst says, okay, what kind of game do you want to make? And he tells him, I want to create this super ambitious, that will blow your mind type of a Matrix game, but it will require a lot of computing power. Well, guess what? Herman Holst can say to Hideo Kojima, not a problem. Just tell us what you need. We'll update our data centers, and when the game is ready to be finished, we'll just have it ready on our data center. We'll upgrade all the necessary components from our GPU, CPU, memory, RAM, etc., and go out there and make that mind-blowing Matrix-type Hideo Kojima game. Maybe he'll hire Keanu Reeves, I don't know. I'm surprised that he hasn't hired Keanu Reeves to be in his video game. I'm very surprised by Hideo Kojima. Maybe he will in the future. Who knows? So that's my whole point. Photorealism is coming. We already have seen that with Unreal Engine 5.5. Imagine the photorealism 5 years from now. Just think about the photorealism 5 years from now and where we're going to be. So be prepared for photorealism in VR, especially in VR. It's going to be mind-blowing. Okay. We're entering, some exciting times in terms of technology in the next 5 years. All right. So that's my whole point here. So when I tell all my fellow gamers that, hey, I think PlayStation 6 is the last of Mohicans, and whatever the Xbox calls its console, whatever, this is Xbox Monolith, or this is Xbox Beyond, or whatever they call it. I think that's it. I think that's the last of the consoles. And consoles had their time. The consoles has been around for 45 years, man. 45 years, it's a long time. And by 2030 and 2031, that'll be 50 years. 50 years of consoles. 50 years. By 2030, 2031, it will be 50 years. Or 51 years. 51 by 2031, by the end of 2031, it will be 51 years. By the end of think about that. By the end of 2031, it will be 51 years of consoles. After 51 years, I mean, come on, guys. You can't live in that past. That's like me saying I just want to watch video cassettes and listen to my audio cassettes. No, those days are over, dude. Even listening to the disc CDs, right? CD players. Who's listening to CDs right now? Who's shuffling through their CDs and listening to their CDs? Who? Maybe there's somebody out there, I'm sure, but is majority out there shuffling through their CD compact discs? Who's shuffling through their compact discs right now, looking for their old album of Offspring or Green Day or Smashing Pumpkins or Stone Temple Pilots or Alice in Chains or Metallica, right? Or Aerosmith, right? Who's going through, or Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 1 and 2, who's going through their compact discs, CDs, shuffling through it, and listening to the music that way? I can guarantee you nobody's listening. Well, I don't mean to say nobody. I'm sure maybe some percentage out there who is still listening to CDs and LP records, vinyls. I'm pretty sure there's people out there sitting right now. They have their headphones on and they're looking at their vinyl records and listening to LP records and listening to their CDs, looking at their CDs, and listening to their favorite tracks and their favorite music. I'm sure there's maybe like a 10% around the world, 10% out there of individuals that are listening to music that way on their super high-end home theater systems. I'm pretty sure. And they have their CDs connected, CD players connected with vinyl records player connected from Pioneer, right? I'm pretty sure. But let's put 10% over here, right? What about that 90%? That 90%, it's on Spotify, it's on YouTube Music, it's on iTunes, it's on Amazon Music, it's on YouTube Music, right? All right. So majority out there, it's on streaming services. So what makes you think that the majority out there is not going to adapt to the cloud gaming come 2031? That's where I believe that it's truly going to take off. 2030, we'll see it grow in the numbers that it's going to be unbelievable number of people playing it on the cloud by 2030. And in 2031, we'll see the end of PS6. It'll come to an end. PS6 cycle will come to an end. And whatever Xbox Beyond and Monolith, whatever they call it, will also come to an end. And we'll see cloud gaming take over. Listen, I'm not a time traveler. I'm not a Nostradamus, but this is me thinking logically. A plausible prediction, looking at it logically and giving a plausible prediction. That's what this is about. So anyway, I just kind of felt like mentioning this because right now you can play this game on a Samsung TV with these exact same graphics, and all you need is a TV and Xbox Ultimate subscription. And then you got to ask yourself, so what's the point of me purchasing a high-end PC to play this? If you're a flight sim person who wants to have the best flight sim experience, I can see that. Building a cockpit, I could see that. Using a virtual reality, I could see that. But if you can enjoy playing this type of game with the same graphics on your Samsung TV, after you finish watching Netflix and you switch back to Xbox app, what makes you think that people will run out to store and go to their nearest Best Buy and purchase a super high-end PC from Alienware or Asus, Republic of Gamers, or MSI, right? What makes you think that they're going to do that? That they're going to run out and purchase all these high-end expensive computers from Best Buy? Or what's the other place that they have? It's called I know there's a place in California where it's just computers only. Everything they're selling, it's computers. I forgot the name of the place, but it's in California, man. They have everything computer. You go into this huge. It's like a Brand Smart USA, dude. It's huge. It's nothing but computers and GPUs and CPUs and all the computer components, and I forgot the name of the place. But anyway, so my whole point here that I'm trying to bring is I'm giving you these scenarios, these plausible scenarios, where you can look at those scenarios and you can say, well, I might not agree with Mr. 4K on everything, but he does bring some good points, some plausible scenarios where I'm like, even I'm scratching my head where I'm saying, well, if I can enjoy something cheaper and more affordable and save more money without buying a super high-end PC or these expensive consoles, when I can just pay $20 a month and have access, or just like you pay $20 or $30 a month for the Netflix, right? It's like, why not do that and have my entertainment on the television? And my entire entertainment will be on the television. I just turn on my TV and I'm good to go. My movie entertainment is there. My television entertainment, TV shows is there. My gaming entertainment is there. My music entertainment is there. My podcast entertainment is there. Everything is there. And I can save more money by just going on that route. And it's more affordable, it's more feasible, and it will save me more money. So that's the scenarios that I'm giving to everybody here to think about, to prove my point why I believe that PS6 will be the last Mohicans of a console. And that's all she wrote. That's it. That will be all she wrote, and I don't think you will see any more consoles, in my opinion, by the end of 2031. There's still going to be a percentage of people who are going to use consoles, sure, but majority out there, like I just made a point, who's listening to CDs and LP records, right? Maybe 10% out of the entire population. Majority out there, it's on the streaming. Everything's on their phone. They take it with them, because access of internet is so much easier now, especially with Tesla and the satellite internet, right? Or you can take it with you. You only pay $400 for the equipment, and there's no roaming fees. You can go anywhere, any place, take it with you. You could be middle of nowhere, and you can use the internet. So internet has become more accessible due to the satellite internet that Starlink, which is the Elon Musk company, that has created this. Now imagine Starlink now imagine Starlink 5 years from now. Imagine the other companies adapting to the same satellite thing. You don't think Comcast and AT&T, you don't think they will not adapt to this satellite technology? Sure, they will. So you have to think when it comes to technology, you have to think in terms of um, the pace of technology. How fast is it moving? You look at the user base. How many users are using this technology, and then you calculate in how many years it will take till it becomes mainstream. And once it becomes a mainstream, that's it. You know, that's it. And I love my consoles. I love my consoles. I love my PCs. Nothing for me can change experiencing something natively as I am right now from my PC or from my console. But I also know that technology is catching up, and pretty soon you won't be able to tell a difference. So that's my speech regarding the cloud gaming. Because the reason I brought up the cloud gaming, because I was watching David Jaffe testing out Microsoft Flight Simulator on the cloud using the X Cloud, and it worked well. Sure, the game has issues with bugs, so he didn't enjoy the experience because it's a buggy mess, which it was a buggy mess. But the point being is, it works. The cloud technology of X Cloud, it worked. He was able to enjoy it. He was able to play it. I don't know if he enjoyed it because of the bugs. Granted, he didn't enjoy it because there's too many bugs. But the point being is, he was able to access the game. He was on the server. The server didn't kick him out. The game is buggy. It is what it is. But he was able to be on the server and to play this buggy game. Right? So that tells you that cloud technology works. I did like 8 hours of Call of Duty Black Ops 6 multiplayer using a MetaQuest 3 from the cloud of Xbox. And I played it for like 8 hours, and I have a live stream to prove that. I think it was either 8 hours or 6 hours. I can't remember. I think it was 8 hours. But if I'm wrong, it's most likely it's 6 hours. But I'm confident to say it was 8 hours. And guess what? My friend Shuki was there. He was there. He watched the whole thing, and he's my witness. He knows. You guys can go find that live stream, and you will see that I was able to play Call of Duty Black Ops 6 for 8 hours or 6 hours. I can't remember. I was able to play it without any interruptions, without any delay, without any lag. There was no latency lag that I experienced. And I don't have the greatest internet on the world. I have the bare minimum internet. So right there, there's your proof right there. But if you really want a proof of all time, and I know me mentioning Stadia right now, I get it. Listen, Stadia, I just want to clarify this. Stadia failed in terms of service. They didn't listen to the fans. They were asking too much money, and they didn't do right by us as consumers. They didn't, give us what we wanted. So they failed as a service. Now, having said that, granted, Stadia failed as a service. Okay? We all agree on that. I agree on that. I called that out. Remember, I'm the guy who made the prediction. Okay? Oh my God, here we are, Los Angeles. Getting closer. But where it didn't fail on a technological aspect. It did fail as a service. Granted, yes, you could say Stadia failed as a service, as a gaming service, but it didn't fail as a technological breakthrough. As a technological breakthrough, it showcased in 2019 and 2020 what cloud can do with 4K HDR 60 FPS. It showcased exactly what the future will look like. And I think that's what Stadia did. Stadia gave us a window of what future will look like. Yes, Stadia failed as a gaming service, but it didn't fail as a technological breakthrough. As a technological breakthrough, it showcased to us what the future will look like. So I think Stadia is your best example of cloud technology at its best. If you can put aside, a service failure, which of course I called it, they failed as a service, but they didn't fail as a technological breakthrough. As a technological breakthrough of cloud, they showcased, hey, this is the future. Anyway, enough of cloud. I think I made my point. It's been 1 hour and 15 minutes. I think I made my point. So what do I think about the PC version? Listen, Flight Simulator 2024 Flight Simulator 2024 it's a great game when it works. And right now, currently, I'm on a PC, and seems to be working quite well on a PC. I think the photorealism has a potential here. Honestly, this is exactly what you would see when you were approaching Hollywood Hills, getting close to downtown LA. I think this is exactly what you would see. And it is I mean, it almost looks photorealistic, but it's not there yet. But I think as we go into 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028, and even into 2029, I think we will see photorealism on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I think it will look so photorealistic that especially when you put on the VR headset. When you put on a VR headset, it'll be really hard to tell the difference. And I think we're getting closer and closer, because what I have witnessed from Unreal Engine 5.5, it blew my mind. Honestly, I was like, is this really a graphics engine, or is this somebody with a GoPro camera running around? And honestly, my brain was having a difficult time to distinguish the difference between someone running with a GoPro camera versus what's really being rendered. Now, of course, this is early stages, so the lighting here doesn't look that great. Now, once they do a Los Angeles update, there will be an update for LA, and whenever it comes out, they will obviously use the ray tracing, dynamic light, better texture resolution, so The buildings will look more realistic, right? So I know right now it looks like a joke. I know. Right now it looks like a Grand Theft Auto 5. I know. I get it. But hold on, let me land over here really quick. What I'm trying to say, eventually we'll get to that photorealism, okay? Because what I have witnessed with Unreal Engine 5.5, there's no question about it. No. No. Come on. Oh, land. There you go. Woo! We made it. You're getting the best view of LA right here. Nice details, man. I see satellite dishes over here. Nice. How far can I go? Oh, really? No kidding. You can walk around. Okay. How about Nakatomi Plaza, dude? I think that's isn't it like a Santa Monica Boulevard, right? The Fox Plaza, Nakatomi building, you know, where Die Hard Bruce Willis was on top of it. Let me go back to the helicopter. Oh, that's cool. Let's say you get lost and you're walking around the forest. Let's say you get lost and you're walking around the forest. You can actually come back. Uh, all you have to do is press. Let me see. The left button and B. You press left button and B, and you can return to your helicopter. Let's say you are somewhere far, far away, and you can't find your helicopter, right? And you got lost in the woods. You just press LB and left button, right here on the top, left button, and the B, and you press left button right here, left button and the B, and you're good to go. Look. There you go. Let me go to Hollywood Hills. Let me see. I'm actually getting better and better with this helicopter. There's Paramount Studios. All right, we're on the Hollywood Hills. I mean, this looks pretty good at night, I have to admit, you know. But I don't see a difference between PC version and Xbox version, to be honest. Unless you're talking 8K resolution or ultra widescreen or triple monitors, or unless you're talking virtual reality. But other than that, in terms of like quality, it's the same. And if you don't believe me, well, you can always watch the video that I uploaded yesterday in native 4K HDR. I think I was flying in Alaska, and I recorded the whole thing in native 4K HDR. Now, keep in mind, you need to have a television, an app, YouTube app that supports 4K HDR. Same thing with the Stalker 2. Stalker 2, I uploaded that video called Scary Journey. Stalker 2. Same thing, native 4K HDR. And I made those videos for reference, just so you can see a demo, get a little taste on how it looks on the Xbox and you know how it runs. Because on a live stream, even though I know this is 1440p, it's still good. 1440p is still good for a live stream, but you can't really tell through a live stream. Did I pass Hollywood Hills? Where's the sign, dude? I can't find the sign. I must be blind. I can't find the Hollywood sign. I don't know what's going on. Not sure what's going on. You guys need some more light over here? There you go. Is that better? Good. There we go. The one thing I like about the PC version is you can use the mouse, but don't forget, even on a console, even on the Xbox Series X, you can use a mouse and a keyboard. So don't forget that you can use mouse and keyboard on the Xbox Series X. Where's the this is in real time, actually, right now in real time LA, just so everybody understands. It's real time. It's 5:29 Pacific time, and it's nighttime in Los Angeles. It's 17:29. But I do notice that the PC version is less buggy, though. Okay, I'll tell you this. The PC version, to me, it's less buggy. Here I am in Los Angeles, and rendering Los Angeles, it's a huge undertaking to render LA, because LA is a huge city, right? Not only do you have to render LA, but you also have to render Los Angeles County, right? And other counties surrounding LA County, which would be Orange County, right? Orange County right next to LA County. So I have to say I'm impressed how PC is handling this right now. It's doing it pretty well. I mean, my gaming laptop, let me tell you, this gaming laptop, it's truly a remarkable gaming laptop. Especially when you connect this gaming laptop to your 4K OLED TV. I tell you what, I do notice the lighting. Asobo was right. They did make a major improvements on the lighting. The lighting, it's so much better, especially at night. You know, I always felt on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, the lighting wasn't that good. It felt too dark. But here, uh, it looks very realistic, and the way the light reflects onto the clouds, right? That's another. See these clouds, how the light is reflecting onto the clouds, and this is true. The reflection of the city light, it's reflecting onto the clouds, and these clouds are reflecting that city light. So this is pretty realistic. So the lighting, it's something that I agree. Looks pretty good. I'm actually pretty good with this helicopter, I have to say. I wish I can find I could find the Hollywood sign. I know there's that observatory, right? It's right next to that observatory. Maybe it's over here. It's got to be around here. Has to be. Oh, there it is. There it is. Right there. Okay, we're gonna land on top of it. Well, first let's take a good look at the Hollywood sign, okay? What? The Hollywood sign is missing? What? Why isn't the Hollywood sign lit up? What the hell? Oh, there it is. But come on, it needs to be lit up. What? Come on. Why isn't it lit up? Are you serious? All right. I want to try something else. I want to see how Boeing 747 flies in this game.
Tower Boeing November 22537 ready at runway 28 right departure to the west.
Boeing November 2253.
And I want to do this in a daylight during the day, you know. During the day. Are you okay? Maybe she was yawning. I don't know. Let me see if I can walk around this plane. Let me see. Oh, look at that. I can walk around. I can walk around. I can walk around. This Korean Air Boeing 747. 747. But I want to see if I can. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Not bad. All right. That's pretty cool. Is this like a first class? Has to be first class. What are you doing? Move out of the way. What's going on here? Let me see something. I think this frame generation on needs to be turned off. Where is it? Yeah, the frame generation. Turn it off. I think it's better now. You alright? What? All right, so far, so good. I mean, seems to be running good, but you have to turn off the frame generation off. Well, most certainly um, they have fixed the lighting. You know, one of the things I complained about on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, it was the lack of lighting. Like the lighting really wasn't there where it needed to be. And I feel on this one, they got it right. I think they got it right. performance mode's good. Deeper learning, super sampling, performance mode. This is definitely where I want to be. On a performance mode. For sure. But let me choose something else. Let me go to Colorado. And let's use a performance mode. I want to use a Vision Jet 2. This is one of my favorite planes. It's a Cirrus Vision Jet G2. This is like a Lexus of planes, honestly. Okay, let's go to let's go to Aspen. So performance, deep learning, super sampling with medium settings for graphics. It's what I would recommend if you are on the PC. For now. But also depends what type of PC you have. But even if you have a super high-end PC, I would still say, due to the lack of optimizations, I would say for now, I think your best bet it's deep learning, super sampling. Well, actually, I'll show you. Why don't I just show it to you? You know. Let me actually. All right, so deep learning, super sampling, keep it at performance. Frame generation, turn it off. It's not optimized to work well. Turn it off. You can turn on the low latency reflex from NVIDIA reflex low latency. You can turn that on. Keep this on. Global rendering, quality to medium. So that's it. Output resolution 4K, and then scaling, deep learning, super sampling to performance. NVIDIA low latency reflex. It's called NVIDIA reflex low latency. Turn it on. And that's it. You're pretty much good to go. See, it's better, much better. See, much smoother, better. Absolutely. Okay, let me turn on the lights. I think the lights are on. I think so. But you know what? I want to do this during the day. So 'So this is live. Let's uh, let's adjust the time. 6:55 in the morning. $6:55 in the morning. Okay, let's go ahead and take off. Why there's the cars on the runway? What the hell's going on? I need to try this in VR. Yeah, performance mode, deep learning super sampling with a frame generation turned off, and medium settings, graphic settings. This is where you want to be, guys. This is where you will get a very nice performance. Now we're talking. This is what I'm talking about. All right. This is where you want to be. Okay. This is exactly where you want to be. This type of a performance. Okay. I just realized something is missing. My co-pilot is missing. It's not here. But that's okay. As you can see, performance is pretty good here. Okay, let's go to Alaska, Anchorage. I'm just testing various different airplanes. That's what I'm doing at the moment. I'm just testing to see how these various different airplanes behave. And so, for right now, from what I have gathered, Um, Using deep learning supersampling DLSS on a performance is the most recommended way to play with a medium settings graphics presets. So use deep learning supersampling and select performance. Make sure your output is 4K and select performance. And then turn off the frame generation. I've noticed turning on the frame generation has really given me a bottleneck. So turn off the frame generation off. And you can turn on NVIDIA Reflex. It's up to you. You can turn the low latency NVIDIA Reflex. But the graphics presets, keep it on medium. So most important is performance, deep learning supersampling, and your graphics presets at medium. And I think for now, I think this is the best that I can recommend. Honestly, this is like the best I can recommend at the moment. Ooh, this looks pretty cool over here, man, at night. Look at this. Look at this, man. This is pretty cool. Okay, let's take off, shall we? The altitude. 24,000 feet. Like I said, you can tell that lighting in this game has been drastically improved. And I think that's a big bonus. That's like one of the major differences in graphics you will see is how much the lighting has improved. And I think that was something that was lacking on the 2020 version is the lack of lighting. And the lighting on this one, it's substantially better in every way. In every aspect, it's substantially better. What the hell is this? Obviously, this game, it's still rough around the edges. You know, but in terms of like the settings for a PC, I would recommend what I just said earlier. I would recommend uh, deep learning, super sampling, performance. That's what I would recommend right now. And turn off the frame generation off. You don't want the frame generation. I would turn that off. And keep the graphics preset at the medium. Regardless of what you have, 4080, 4090, keep the presets at medium. That's what I would recommend. You know, I want to try a helicopter. Now that I have, um, now that I have these settings at deep learning, super sampling, performance, I wanna try the helicopter. See how well the helicopter uh, runs. We'll go to, we'll go to Anchorage, but we'll go to. Actually, you know what? Let's just. How about we go to New Zealand, huh? Queenstown, New Zealand. What's the quickest? What's the quickest way to go down to Antarctica? Well, New Zealand, man. That's New Zealand right there, and that's Antarctica. It's honest. It's well, yeah, of course, next to Australia, but New Zealand is honestly your best way to fly, especially from a Queenstown. To take a flight from a Queenstown all the way to Antarctica, and I think this is like the quickest way to get to Antarctica. And Antarctica. Or you can take a cruise ship. I think they have a cruise ship that will take you down to Antarctica to see penguins, you know. Obviously, this is a long cruise ship, right? It will take some time till you get there, you know. I don't know how many days, but I haven't looked into it, but I'm sure it's well, I'm not even sure how long it takes, to be honest. So I don't want to guess. But looking at where the New Zealand is and where the Antarctica is, I'm guessing with a cruise ship. I'm not going to guess. I'll just have to look it up. But with a plane, I don't know. With a plane, what are we looking at? So that's New Zealand right there, Queenstown. Okay, I'm gonna go and say with a plane from Queenstown, and depends on what type of plane it is. And remember, it has to be a specific kind of a plane to go down there. Um, uh, 8 hours. 8 hours, right? Give or take 8 hours. But again, it all depends. What kind of plane are we talking, and how fast is it going? Um, let's say anywhere between seven to 8 hours. But I honestly think it's 8 hours. I mean, we can look it up. We can look this up and check it out, or you guys can go look this up and check this out. But I'm guessing it's somewhere between 7 to 8 hours. 7 to 8 hours. I mean, it is far, but it is not super far, So I'm guessing maybe 7 to 8 hours. It also depends where you're going in Antarctica. Antarctica's huge. It depends where you're going. And then there's another quickest route, and that's with South America right here. I think this would be like the quickest way, right? From up here. Nueva Island. Or... yeah, Nueva Island. Like from Nueva. I think Nueva Island, this is like... the quickest to get to Antarctica. Honestly. Actually, let's go to Nueva Island. Let's go over here. Let's go there. Let's check it out. Let me use a helicopter. But from Queenstown to Antarctica, I'm guessing it's a 7 to 8 hours. 7 to 8 hours. Here we go. I just want to see the performance of helicopter and how well helicopter is running with a deep learning super sampling performance mode. Oh, this looks really nice. Hold on. Okay. There we go. And we're going to do this during the day. Okay. Looks pretty good. Nice performance here. Looking good. I have to try this in VR. This must really look good on VR. I want to show you something. Um, if you decide to land a helicopter anywhere in the area, and let's say you go walking around and you're too far away from your helicopter and you can't find way back to your helicopter, don't worry. You can easily come back to your helicopter by pressing the LB and B button. LB button, left button, which is right here, which is right over here, LB button right there, and then the B button. And when you do that, you'll be able to go back to your plane. I mean, to your helicopter. So let's say I'm going to go and I'm going to land a helicopter here, right? I'm going to land a helicopter here. Not the smoothest landing, but I'll be right back. Now let's say I want to explore, right? I just want to walk around and explore. And you can go for miles and miles and miles and miles, and guess what? You can come back to your helicopter. I'm gonna go as far away from my helicopter as possible, and I'll probably get lost. I'll probably forget to find my way home, but that's okay. Thanks to the this quick return button with LB and B, you can easily get back to your helicopter. I think this is the best part of this game, is this. So let's say somebody joins you, right? I was giving this scenario the other day. Let's say you and your friend or your friends all decide, let's say 4 of you, you're on a party chat, Xbox party chat or Discord party chat, and you guys have VR headsets, right? And you know, you're using one of those, right? One of those Quest 3S, right? And you decide, all right, all 4 of us will have these headsets on, and we're going to do this in VR, right? And we're going to go and select and choose a location that we never been, and we're going to do this in VR, right? We're all going to wear these VR headsets, okay? Or whatever you have, Pimax, I don't care, VR headset. And we're gonna go somewhere. We're gonna pick and choose a location. We're gonna go somewhere, and we're gonna stay on a party chat from Discord and you know, Xbox party chat, and we're going to wear the headsets, the VR headset, and we're gonna do the whole thing in VR. And we're gonna walk around here and chit chat and have some chit chat conversations about the Bigfoot or what have you. We're just gonna have a good time. We're gonna chill out here, set up a little campfire, a little base camp, and we're going to have a good time, right? Let's say after Thanksgiving, right? Oh, your stomach is full. You just ate a lot of food, and You're like, hey guys, let's go to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Let's put on our Quest 3 or Quest 3S headsets and let's hop on Xbox Party Chat, Xbox Party Chat from Windows um, through Game Pass app, and let's also connect through Discord with other people, and let's all put on our VR headsets. These VR headsets, right? These VR headsets, and let's go to a location that we never been, and let's discover, man. Let's explore, and let's have a good time. You could do a podcast. You can go to a certain location and just have a podcast. Set up a camp. I think they will have those abilities where you can set up a tent. We can pull up the chairs and relax. Set up a campfire and have a conversation with your friends. And in VR, dude, just imagine how awesome this is going to look in VR. All right? That's why I said this game was now made. I think Flight Simulator 2024 was made for VR. There's no question about it. This Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, without any doubt in my mind, this was specifically designed for VR. But anyway, I purposely want to get lost here. Yes, you have a flashlight. I want to get lost, and I want to show you how easily you can come back to your helicopter or your plane. I don't know. Maybe you have one of those seaplanes, and yeah, you can use a seaplane and land on a lake, right? And all you have to do is press LB and B button, and it'll take you directly back to your helicopter. But I want to go a little bit further. I want to go as far as I can go. Now, one of the cool, unique features about this is not some fake, phony, bogus, um, terrain map. No, this is actually a real location. Where I'm standing right now, if you were to go to this exact same location, this is exactly what you would see. Those same mountains, the same lake, those same trees. And I think this is what makes it so exciting. I think this is the part about Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 that is different from 2020. I mean, people say, "Oh, I don't see any difference." There are differences, man. I mean, come on. Let's be fair. I know that the game had a rocky launch. It was a bumpy, rocky launch. It wasn't all that good. But so did 2020, right? Yes, I granted it's been a crappy, bumpy, rocky launch of this game. But so it was 2020 as well. People forget that 2020 was also rocky and bumpy. I couldn't download the game. It took me 4 days to download the game, man. So, but there are differences. People who say, "Oh, I don't see a difference," dude. There are differences here. Just the fact that you can walk around and everything gets rendered in 3D. All right, dude. This is like Skyrim, dude. This is like Grand Theft Auto on a global scale. This is like a Grand Theft Auto, but on a global scale, dude. So, come on, You can't do this on an X-plane, all right? We can talk about the things you can't do on an X-Plane. Sure, X-Plane has some positives, sure, but we can also talk about a lot of negatives on what X-Plane is lacking. All right, and when you look at the features that Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 has, man, look at this. This is a huge potential here, a huge potential to become something even greater. You know, like I said, I know they had a bumpy launch, rocky launch. It's been very rocky. A lot of people are complaining. I get it, but give it some time. Give it about a year. You'll see by the beginning of the next year. No, no, not next year actually. Wait till 2026 spring. Wait till 2026 spring. And in 2026 spring, you'll see the amount of updates, the amount of content, the amount of stuff they will include with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. This is just the beginning, guys. Just like with 2020, look how many years it took. This is just the beginning, but mark my words, this will become the best flight simulator out there, man. Because of all of these things that you can do. The freedom to do what you want to do. I mean, to me that's priceless. That's right there. It's just the value of this software just went up because of all of these things that you can do. And you can spend months and months, years and years playing this. And it's hard to review this game. Somebody asked me, why don't you do a review of this game? Why don't you do a review? I can do a review because this game, it's a software that it's always being updated. It's a software that it's always being worked on. So if I have an opinion on it right now, guess what? A couple of months down the road, 3 months down the road, my opinions will change. So you can't really do a review on a game like this because it's always being worked on. It's always being updated. So it's impossible to do a review. You can only do a review on a product that it's a finished product and that's what you have and that's what you get. But that's not the case here, because this is always being worked on. They're always working on this. They're always updating this. All right, so I'm lost over here. I'm totally lost. So let's say you want to come back, right? And you're like, oh my God, how do I come back? I'm lost here in this forest. Well, you press LB and B and you'll be able to come back. But before we do that, I want to go down to the lake. I want to check out this lake. I think my guy over here, it's burning some calories, losing some calories as he's running. You see how easy it is to get lost here? Super easy. Anyway, let's go back. Press LB and B. And there we go. Just like that. I'm ready to go. You press LB and B button and you're good to go. Super easy, huh? There you go. See, they thought about everything, dude. Kudos to Asobo. They really have thought about everything. They really thought about, what if people get lost? And most likely they will get lost. Look at this forest, all right? Look how easy it is to get lost here. All right, let's give them an option to come back by pressing LB and B button, and they can easily come back to their chopper or their seaplane or whatever they have. Or their air balloon. There's an air balloon. Yeah. And what I find so interesting is a lot of people who are complaining about Flight Simulator 2024, they all have like forgotten about August 2020 when this game officially came out on PC first. Remember, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 first came on PC. All right, it first came on PC, and people forget. They need to look. They need to look at my old videos from 2020 August. Dude, I had to wait 4 days to download the game. And then when I downloaded the game, I had a hard time accessing the game. And then I had all sorts of issues and problems with running it on my PC, right? So people forget. 2020 when it was released, man, it was a failure to launch. So it's no different here. Why? Because this is not your typical game that it's finished, that it's polished, and just put it out there, So it's difficult to review this game because you can't compare this to like let's say like Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones is going to be a finished product, and you expect Indiana Jones to be a finished product. This is different. This is always being worked on. This is always being updated. And I think a lot of you who are complaining about this game, I hear you. I understand your complaints. Microsoft had plenty of time, right? They had plenty of time to check this, check that. Right? You could, I guess, put some blame, shift the blame on Asobo. Asobo had plenty of time to check this, to check that. I hear you. I hear you. And you're not wrong. You are correct. You are correct. But at the same time, you have to understand what this is. This is not a traditional game like all the other games where you can just finish it, complete it, and put it out there. This is never complete. This is always being updated. It's always being worked on. Like I said, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, that's going to be a finished game. That's it. And you would think, all right, they should work good, right? There shouldn't be any issues, right? You would think that everything should be finished, and it should be finished, right? Bethesda should polish Indiana Jones and should make it look good, and everything should be great, right? And you can complain about Indiana Jones. You can say, all right, well, it's a single player game, and they haven't fixed it, they haven't polished it, right? Let's say something happens and the game, it's not working properly and there's bugs in there, and Indiana Jones is popping in and out, characters popping in and out, or the textures are popping in and out or something, or there's a bug in the game where your character falls into some kind of gap, void, and resets the level or something. Let's say there's some ridiculous bugs, which I hope it doesn't happen, but I'm just giving some scenarios. What if, right? Indiana Jones, you can complain about that game, right? Because it's a single player experience that's finished. You can complain about that. You can complain about some other single player experience games. You can complain about Stalker 2, right? And they addressed those bugs and they fixed them fairly quickly, as a matter of fact. But this, yes, you can complain about this as well, but you got to be understandable. You have to understand what they're trying to achieve here. Because I don't put Microsoft Flight Simulator in a same category as, let's say, Indiana Jones or Stalker 2, right? Those are single player experiences. They're finished games. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, it's a single player experience, it's a finished game. This is not the case. This is always developing. They're always working on this game. They're always patching updates for this game. It's just now they're more heavily dependent on the servers. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's a good thing to save your hard drive space, right? To save your hard drive space or your solid state drive space. But it's heavily dependent on the servers to render all of this in real time. So it's a different type of a game. It's a simulator, and we have to look at it for what it is. It's a simulator that will require you to be patient, and wait for developers to keep working on this game. And I think a few months from now, I think we'll see, like in spring, summer of 2025, we'll see so many cool features, man. We'll see this game, this software run better than ever. But for right now, it is what it is. We'll have to accept it for what it is. I know it's a holiday. I know it's a Thanksgiving week. And I know it's a holiday season and everybody wants to play these games, right? People want to play this as well. But you have to understand, what type of game this is. Not that I'm giving, I'm not giving Microsoft or Asobo a pass. I'm not giving them a pass because they had plenty of time to address and learn from 2020 Microsoft in past 4 years to learn and avoid all of these mistakes, right? To avoid all of these mistakes from the previous game. They had plenty of time, and we were all confident that they had learned from the previous game so they can avoid all of this and have a smoother launch. But this is new graphics. There's, you have to remember, there's new features here. You can walk outside, you can explore, everything's interactive. This is more advanced flight simulator that we have never seen before. This is the most advanced version of the Microsoft Flight Simulator ever, right? 2024, it is the most complete package. It is the most advanced Microsoft Flight Simulator ever. I mean, 2020, you can just fly. You're limited. Yes, you can land your plane somewhere. You can land your helicopter somewhere, and you can use the what you call it, a drone, and you can fly around with a drone, but to a limited space, right? But you can't do this. Can't do this. Look how detailed the grass is. You can't even look at yourself on a 2020. Here you can. You couldn't do this. You couldn't do the inspection. Here you can do the inspection. Cargo door right there. You can check the engine, right? And pretty soon you'll be able to set up a camp, right? You'll be able to set up a camp over here. Set up a camp. Turn off your helicopter if you want to. No, but we can turn it off. Does it bother you? We can turn it off. Sure. Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem. Hold on. So you couldn't do this on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. And I think that's what Asobo is trying to tell us. Look, this is the most advanced flight simulator that we're trying to make. Okay, and it took 4 years for us to get to this point. So what I'm trying to tell people is this is a major difference between what we have on 2020. Listen, nothing wrong with 2020. It was a great experience, and it's still considered one of the best flight simulator out there. But with this one, we need to be patient. With this one, this will turn out to be the most advanced flight simulator ever. Like, it doesn't get any more better than this. I mean, what can't you do here? You know what I mean? And you'll be able to set up a camp over here, a little campfire, put on the VR headset. You can sit around with your friends. You can have a conversation about whatever. You can practically do a podcast live stream with Microsoft Flight Simulator just by sitting around having a little campfire and chilling out and talking to your friends, because all of your friends will have different avatars, right? And you can sit around and talk to each other on a party chat and Discord. And through Discord and party chat, you'll be able to sit around and talk to each other and have a conversation while using this, right? While using this MetaQuest 3. This is the original one, or you can get MetaQuest 3S, which is $300, the cheapest one. So and even the graphics are better. Now, of course, right now I would need to like make a video, right, and put a split screen, side by side split screen video of the same area, right, and to show you the difference. But trust me, I played enough of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 to know the difference, and I know that there's a difference here. Not just in terms of graphics, but also in terms of what you can do here. Everything is interactive, that there's total freedom to do what you want to do. There's missions, rescue missions. You can have a tornado here. You can change the weather and experience the real weather. I mean, even the water behaves the way it should behave. That was not possible in 2020. The physics are more realistic. And the lighting is the major difference here. The lighting in this game, it's so good. And you notice it right away. So this is why people need to be patient with this game. I know it had a crappy launch, bumpy, rocky launch. I know. I get it. I know it sucks, you know. But if you can look past that, and if you can focus on the full potential that this game has, and the full potential of this game, it's much bigger than, you know, the failed lunch, rocky lunch, and bumpy rocky lunch that it was last week on November 19th. I personally expected, I even said it, man. Didn't I call it? I called it. I said, well, this will be a very rocky, bumpy lunch. And I predicted it. I said, don't expect everything to go smooth, guys. You know. All right, so I mean, look how cool is that, huh? I mean, look at this. Now imagine this in VR, huh? You set up a little tent over here, set up a little camp. Imagine this in VR, man. Come on. Look how beautiful this looks on your television right now, or on your tablet, phone, whatever you're using, laptop, right? And then try to imagine how this would look in VR. Let's go over here to this lake. To me, just the fact that you can do this. There was a YouTuber yesterday. He's a very famous YouTuber. Has like millions of subscribers and millions of views. I forgot his name, but you guys know who he is. He actually landed on top of the Mount Everest with a helicopter. And he was able to walk on top of the Mount Everest. He was joking. He says, this is the quickest way. He says the quickest way to walk on top of the Mount Everest. Of course, the idea of Mount Everest to climb it. But anyway, in the game, you can go land on top of the Mount Everest. And yes, you can land a helicopter on top of the building, like you saw earlier, downtown LA. I was able to land on top of the building. And you can explore the world in ways in which you were not able to explore it before. 2020 was just the first step. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 was just the first step. This is the complete bigger picture of that first step. This is the advanced version of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Probably the most advanced version that we have ever seen to date. To date. Today is what? November 25th, 2024. So this is the most advanced Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 version of the game to date. And I want you to look at the lake. I want you to look at the water and how real the water is. Look at this. Look at the mountains. Look at the grass. Look at the vegetation. Okay, you are getting a... This is like the real location. This is not like some, you know, bogus fake... bogus fake version of this area. This is a accurate version of this area. If I was here right now, this is exactly what I would see. Exactly. These mountains, everything. And I think that's what makes it unique and amazing. The exploration aspect is what I think this is what will make people want to join this, and this is what will make people want to buy VR headset. just for this game alone, to explore the entire world, man, with your friends. Go on a party chat, go on a Discord, you put on this thing right here. This VR headset, you put it on and then you get to explore. And these are all real locations in real time. This is not some bogus, you know, fake version of location that we're in. This is all real. And look at this water, man. Look at this. Look at this lake and how detailed it is. Come on, man. I think people need to like look. I get it. Everyone's having a knee-jerk reaction. I get it. I get it. Microsoft, Asobo, they had plenty of time. But then again, I hear you and I understand your complaints. I get it. You're not wrong. You're right. They had plenty of time, sure. But at the same time, we need to remember what this is and how like advanced this is. This is a huge undertaking for Asobo and Microsoft to bring you this, right? So we all have to be patient. We have to be patient and we have to just, you know, trust that the Asobo is going to deliver, and they will deliver, man. We just have to be patient. That's all. I want to show you something else. I want to show you how the water reacts to the propeller and how the physics of the water are so realistic. So I want to do that really quick. Let's go ahead. Turn on the fuel. Fuel shut off to open. Brake to open. Let's turn on the engine start. Here we go. Here we go. All right, guys, so I'm going to show you a little demonstration, a test on how the water on this game reacts like in real life. The physics of the water and this propeller, the way the wind will be pushing the water, it's going to present it in the most realistic physics like in real life. All right, so let's do this. All right, let me show you. Here, I'll zoom in so you guys can see it better. Okay, I want to zoom in so you guys can see it better. Hold on. Look. Hold on. Let me get very close. Look at that. Hold on. Look, look, look. You see that? The ripples of the water. See it? I don't know if you guys can see it or not, but you see it now? There it is, right there. See it? And all of this, it's included. You know, like the real physics of the water, the way the water and the wind behaves, right? All of these physics are included. The laws of physics are included in this game, right? So this is something that you couldn't do on the 2020. There's so many. I think people will find out when they spend more time with this software. I think they're going to discover more and more that you can do that you couldn't possibly do with 2020. And I think this is the point that a lot of you are missing when you are complaining about this game. You are ignoring all of the other, you know, things that you can do and all of the other features that are implemented in this game. I mean, look at that. Look at that water. And of course, if we turn off the engine, right? The ripples, the ripple effect will not be there because there's no wind. See? Now the ripple effect is gone. You can see the reflection. You can even see the reflection of your helicopter. Look at that. Look how beautiful that is. I'll take a photo. I'll take a photo right now. So people who say, "Ooh, I don't see a difference between this and 2020," then I guess you see what you want to see. Um, Trust me, there is a drastic difference between 2020 and 2024 Microsoft Flight Simulator. This is the most advanced to date Microsoft Flight Simulator. Now, the experience will depend on how you are enjoying it. If you are using a PC with a triple monitors, right, with some ridiculous resolution, sure, and you got the cockpit and everything. If you're using a virtual reality headset, sure, the experience just increased to even higher experience, right? So it all depends on what you are using and how you playing it. So the mileage will vary for every and each person depending on how they're playing this game, you know. But either way, I think you can tell a difference, like the fact that you can do this, right? What if they give you a kayak, right? And you can attach a kayak and then you start going and kayaking, huh? And you start just think about that. You land a helicopter and you get a kayak and you go and start kayaking. And then you set up a camp over here, a campfire. Endless of possibilities. Endless of possibilities. Like I said, you can get a kayak, attach it here, let it float, and you go and start kayaking. So there's endless of possibilities here. So this is just the beginning, guys. Okay? This is just the beginning of endless of possibilities that are going to be possible. And when I say endless possibilities, I'm not saying this like because I'm like super confident that all of these possibilities will come to fruition. I'm saying this because I see so much potential here, and I think that's the whole idea behind this. That's why Asobo decided to move on to 2024, because they want to create the best version of the flight simulator that they envisioned, right? They couldn't do that in 2020 because they were limited with the technology. But now, after 4 years, it'll be 5 years next year, 2025. Now with the advanced technology that they have, and more experience that they have, and more knowledge that they have, they'll be able to advance this. Man, I mean, this will be like a Grand Theft Auto of a flight simulator. I mean, what can't you do, right? What can't you do? And honestly, people just need to be patient. Just be patient, man. I know it was a shitty release. Excuse my French. It was a crappy release. Granted, we all can agree to that. It was, you know, like I said, excuse my French, uh, release, shitty release. I used the S word twice now. Please have mercy on me, YouTube. But if you can overlook that, and if you give this game a proper patience and proper respect, I think you will. I think you will appreciate what Asobo is trying to achieve here. Let's change the weather. Okay, let's change the weather. This is rain. And look at this. When I move the temperatures down, uh, the lake has frozen. How cool is that? When I move the temperatures down, the lake has frozen, dude. How realistic is that? I mean, this is what Asobo wants us to do. Asobo wants us to discover on our own this holiday season. Go out there and discover and see what we have implemented and see for yourself what we have done here, what features we have implemented. Go and discover for yourself. And I think that's what this game requires. This software requires a lot of patience and a lot of discoveries. Same thing with the Stalker 2. Now I'm starting to understand Stalker 2 and why it's such a big game. But you have to discover. You have to keep discovering. So same thing here. Let's turn on the lights. So start the engine. Here we go. Batteries turned on. Look at that. Lake is frozen. And that's how it should be. If it's a freezing temperatures, this lake should be frozen, and it is. There we go. So this runs good on PC. If you utilize deep learning super sampling on a performance mode, and if you select graphics presets to medium, I think you will enjoy this game. But make sure you turn off frame generation off. Before I leave on this live stream tonight, I will show you once again what my presets are.
Oh man,
I'm already tired.
it's been a long day.
Let me check something else. All right, so remember, this is what I recommend. Yes, your full screen resolution should be output to 3840 2160. This is your output resolution, 4K. Your anti-aliasing should be deep learning super sampling, and keep it on performance. Okay? You can use a VSync, that's fine. And your NVIDIA reflex low latency, you can turn it on. And of course, this is very important, global rendering quality to medium. So these two are very important: deep learning super sampling performance and rendering quality to medium. However, don't use NVIDIA deep learning super sampling frame generation. I know that it's supposed to boost frame, but it doesn't work that well with the current build of this Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. So I would avoid, at this time, I would avoid using the frame generation. I would turn this off. You know, because I already tried it and I've been having issues. And I had to turn that off. So you can turn that on once they fix it, once they patch it up with a new NVIDIA update or whatever. Or when they patch the game up and NVIDIA releases the new driver, then I would turn it on. But right now, it's not optimized that well. You know, once it's optimized, then of course, yeah. If you got a 40 series, well, you have to have a 40 series graphics card in order for you to utilize this frame generation, NVIDIA DLSS frame generation. So right now I wouldn't use it. I would keep it off, turn that off till further notice. Once they fix everything, they patch everything up, and there's a new driver available from NVIDIA, then yeah, turn it back on, and then you'll have even better, smoother experience. Listen, PC is going to be the best experience for Flight Simulator. For Flight Simulator 2024. Which of course is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with the Xbox Series X version. I was fairly surprised how well it runs and how well it looks on the Xbox Series X, and that's why I recorded a native 4K HDR video where I was flying around Alaska. I think it was in Alaska, somewhere in Alaska, I think. I was flying somewhere in Alaska, and I was amazed how good it looks. And you can see it for yourself to see how good it looks. So Xbox Series X version looks surprisingly good considering how demanding this game is. Because look at me, I'm on a 4070 and an i9 processor, and I have to drop down to medium settings, okay? And Xbox Series X is handling it pretty well, man. And it looks pretty good. I was also impressed by Xbox Series X ability to handle Unreal Engine 5 of uh, Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl, you know. So I would recommend that you go watch those videos. Watch the video. They're all recorded in native 4K HDR in the best possible quality. The one video, it's where I'm flying a helicopter in Alaska, somewhere in Alaska, at night. And then the other one, it's Stalker 2, also recorded in native 4K HDR, and it's amazing. It looks amazing, man. And that's on a performance mode. So, like I said earlier of this live stream, we got to give credit where when the credit is due, man. I don't care if you're, you know, Sony fan, PC fan, fill in the blanks fan. I could care less. We all have to be fair. We got to give credit when the credit is deserved. And as someone who prefers Sony and PlayStation, even I was amazed by Xbox Series X and how well it handles Flight Simulator 24 and Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl. You know, Flight Simulator 24 meaning Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. So, but as far as PC, you know, PC right now at the moment, it's not optimized to run that great, but this is the best I can give you at the moment. This is like the best settings I can give you at the moment, you know. I haven't tried VR. VR is something that I will try. So same thing for the VR performance. For the VR mode, you want VR mode to be deep learning, super sampling on anti-aliasing, and keep it on the performance. Reprojection mode, I would turn this off because, you know, I'm not familiar with the reprojection mode, so I would just turn this off. NVIDIA Reflex low latency, you can keep this on. And global rendering quality, keep it at medium. So if you keep global rendering quality at medium, and NVIDIA deep learning super sampling at performance, and turn on the NVIDIA Reflex low latency, I think with these settings right here, I think your VR experience will be smoother and better. But then again, I haven't tried it yet. I will try it. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. So there you have it. It's been 4 hours and 4 minutes and 17 seconds. I hope this live stream helps you out, you know, looking at the PC settings and what I'm using, and you guys can use as well and see if it works for you. I talked about the cloud gaming, and honestly, I still stand by what I said about the cloud gaming, and I can't see it any other way other than eventually consoles will have to, you know, retire and the cloud will take over. Now, I'm not saying this is going to happen anytime soon. I'm simply saying my predictions are by 2030, by the end of 2031, I think by the end of 2031, which is, I'll be 51 years old, man. You guys will be older as well. 2031, I think consoles will retire. Because remember, consoles will be 51 years old. And after 51 years, like, I think Sony and Microsoft will say, well, I think we have to retire from consoles. I think we have to look at this other technology that's available and that's better for us, and it's more convenient for us, and it's also more convenient for developers to use this technology. People ask me, what about Nintendo? Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked that, because Nintendo already has Nintendo Online, and it's already streaming Nintendo 64 games, Sega Genesis games, Super Nintendo Entertainment System, and the original Nintendo Entertainment System games. It's already streaming it on Nintendo Online subscription. So Nintendo has already jumped into the cloud. And you don't think Nintendo, it's not going to continue with the with this technology? So listen, I could be wrong. Sure, there's always that. I could be wrong. But I've done my research, man. I looked at every and each corner. I looked at technology. I looked at the trajectory, in which direction technology is going, and everything that I have researched and looked at indicates that technology, it's moving to that one direction, and that's cloud gaming. Even David Jaffe, you guys know who David Jaffe is, the creator of the original God of War and Twisted Metal, I think 1 and 2. So he created two great games, God of War and Twisted Metal. So, he's a developer, and of course, he's got his own YouTube channel. And even David Jaffe, he's been using cloud gaming. He's been using GeForce Now, and he's really impressed with GeForce Now. When David Jaffe it's impressed by cloud gaming, then hey, there's something to this cloud gaming. You can use your PlayStation Portal right now, and you can play your library of PlayStation Plus, PlayStation Premium Plus, PlayStation 3 games, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 1, PlayStation 4, and PlayStation 5 games on your PlayStation Portal. And you don't even have to be remotely connected to your PlayStation 5. You just need to make sure your batteries are charged, and make sure you have access to the internet, and that you have the PlayStation account that's valid with a subscription of PlayStation Premium subscription, and with a PlayStation Premium subscription access, you can access all of these games on your PlayStation Portal. I mean, right there, that shows you in which direction Sony is going. People talked about the VR. Can you do a VR through cloud? Yeah, sure. It's the same principle. The only difference is it's being rendered to you from the cloud. But yeah, sure. Cloud is going to be the future. Like I said, Stadia failed as a service, but what Stadia showed us back in November of 2019 and early on of 2020 year, they showed us that technology is here. Technology is here and it's working, and it will only advance. It will only get better and better and better. So, you know, well, right now, this game, right? Such a demanding flight simulator. Microsoft, such a demand. Now, okay, before I leave, think about this. Look at this. Microsoft Flight Simulator, such a demanding game, even on a PC, or let alone the Xbox, right? It's a very demanding game. And this demanding, huge juggernaut of a flight simulator, the most advanced flight simulator from Microsoft, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, you can play it from your television, from your Samsung QLED OLED 77-inch or QLED 80-inch or 88-inch Samsung TV, or whatever other Samsung TV you have. You can play this on Amazon Fire TV stick. You can play this on your Quest 3 or your Quest 3S, which is cheaper. So you have all of these options now to play all these games on the cloud. And you don't even have to buy a console. You don't even have to buy a PC. And you're doing this today, 2024, November 25th. Or it might be 26th, depending when you're seeing this, when you're watching this. If you're like in Australia and New Zealand, then yeah, for you it's already 26th, you know. So there is no question or doubt in my mind that cloud gaming is the future. Okay, well, that's my opinion on that, you know. But again, we still got a long way to go till 2030, 2031, you know. We still got 5 years, 6 years to go. We have to go through a cycle of PS6, but I think PS6 is the last of Mohicans. I think that's the last of the PlayStation console. I'm sorry, but I just can't. I can't see PlayStation 7. I can't envision. I'm sorry, but look, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I just, right now, I can't envision PS7. I can't envision PS7. Okay, I just can't envision PS7. Like 2031, PS7. I don't know, man. I don't see it in 2031. I don't know. PS7. I don't see it, man. Because it's not necessary, man. It's not necessary. Sony's like, it's not necessary. Why would we waste our money when it's not necessary? Same thing with the Microsoft. Why would we waste our money when it's not necessary? When there's this other approach we can take with this other technology that's available to us. Why not use this technology that's available to us? Especially with the artificial intelligence and the way AI can run data centers more efficiently and professionally and better and more accurately. Why not use that technology that's available to you? Because everything has to come to an end, you know. Consoles had their beginning, they had their beginning in the 80s, the beginning, the middle, and the end, which is inevitable. Everything has a beginning, the middle, and the end. And then something else comes along. That's just the evolution of technology, guys. you know. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I hope you enjoyed me testing Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 on the PC. I hope this live stream helps you out. Make sure you use those settings that I gave you here. I think you will have a much smoother, better experience with the settings that I just gave you. The VR, I will most certainly test the VR to see how the VR runs on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. And I want to say a big thanks to MGD Omega. Thanks to MGD Omega, this is possible because of him. If it wasn't for the MGD Omega, well, I wouldn't be able to do this live stream right now. So big thanks to MGD Omega for helping out. The way he helped out, he purchased a 3 months Game Pass Ultimate membership for me in advance till January 25th, 2025. And I am grateful for that. I am grateful for you helping me out. Thank you. And everybody else, thank you for watching. And I'll see you tomorrow.